Yes, I hear you. Yeah, no bad. Uh, uh,
Hey there. Hi, Carnita. Yeah, okay. Yeah, through Zoom. It was a productive week. Thank you for asking. How about yours? Okay. Okay. I just heard from Dr. Stanford. He's in the States right now celebrating his mother's 100th birthday. Isn't that? Yeah. Yeah, it was a really nice birthday flyer of her that he sent. I was like, wow. Oh, okay.
Oh, Dr.
Yes,
Kamita,
greetings.
how are you?
I'm doing well, darling. How are you?
Yeah, fine. And you?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It seemed like you are from United States.
Unfortunately, that's where I was born and raised, but I've been living and working in Ghana right now for almost 10 years.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at right now, Ghana, West Africa.
Oh, that's very good, very good.
What about yourself?
Yeah, myself, I'm based in UK at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I born and raised in North Darfur. If you've heard about it, a lot of problem there.
Mm. Yeah, I have
Yeah,
some very dear friends who were born and raised in Boertown.
yeah, okay. And then since 2000. 3, during the comrade Dr. John. I'm been in South Sudan. I stay with him almost 1 year in same camp.
Okay.
So during that time, even they have this peace talk. That's called is
Oh,
the
okay.
partial
Uh-huh.
agreement. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and then I attend a lot of events that time. Unfortunately, that time also I'm wounded in the war in Darfur, and then I been there.
When was the when was the last time you were back in South Sudan?
This is 2020.
Oh, 2001?
No, 2020.
Oh, 2020. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I attend also the peace agreement between the
Oh, okay.
North
Okay.
Sudan and these rebel groups
Mm-hmm.
in Juba.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I attended there, and then even in peace talk, I have been there several times.
Wow.
But
Okay.
yeah, so before the war in North Sudan, also, I just left, I think, 2 months, then the war
Mm-hmm.
started in Sudan.
Oh,
So,
wow. Wow.
because
Talk about good timing.
I knew that this war
Okay.
will start.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That sounds like how I left the States. I left halfway through Obama's second term. I just said to myself, well, when he goes out of office, I definitely think that things are not going to go well at all. This
Really?
is not going to be good. So let me quit while the quitting is good.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's
I
why
was
you
not going to
moved to
wait
the
around for
Ghana.
that. Ooh, I was not going to wait around for that train wreck.
Oh, okay, okay. I remember during the Obama the campaign, there's an old man. I met him. I forgot his name. This guy, he told me that they fought with Martin Luther King, and then he told me that his daughter, the one the, leading the campaign of the Obama, the old man. I don't know,
Yeah,
still alive or not. This is very old man.
details anymore, and happily.
Yeah, I met this guy because that time, 2008, he brought some aid from the United States to the refugee camp in the
Uh-huh.
North Chad.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I met the guy there. And
Oh,
then
okay.
even he gave me his daughter. I spoke with her through the phone that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But unfortunately, I
Wow.
forgot his name.
Yeah.
I don't know. I forgot. This guy told me a very long story. The time they start with the Martin Luther King, they start protesting and then fighting, and then they change the strategy how they come up. The point of the Obama become president. So his daughter, the one who were leading that campaign at the time. But I unfortunately I forgot his name. So
Yeah, sorry, I can't help you.
yeah, yeah.
Well, I'll respond to that by prefacing my response with a reminder that I'm not a political expert. I'm a lowly Pan-African holistic psychologist. So consider that, keep that in mind when I say what I'm about to say. I don't ascribe to adopting the civil rights uh, strategy as is. And that's because it was a necessary evil. It is not normal to put oneself and others in harm's way and not fight back, not defend yourself. Allow yourself to be spat on, allow yourself to be fire hosed, allow yourself to be slapped, attacked, and brutalized, and all in the name of a peaceful what have you, because as that event was occurring, there was no psychological first aid, there was no social welfare services to buttress or counteract that type of trauma. And so, as people came in droves, as you all are well aware, into this, I look back on that as a necessary evil, but it was an evil nonetheless. It caused great trauma and harm in people, and the epigenetics of it are felt unto this very day. So I would not say, okay, yeah, let's do that again, but this time let's do it in South Sudan. But what I would say is let's borrow from certain aspects of it. Let's borrow from certain elements. Let's look at some themes or some threads. For example, as all of these Black folks came together, uh, and I know white folks love to show photographs where they're marching in the front line somewhere, as though, you know, they were most of the civil rights movement. Of course, they were not. But as Black folks came together, one of the lessons for the South Sudanese, for South Sudan, is that these are Black folks from numerous ethnic backgrounds, and they came together as a united front. These are Kenyans and Cameroonians and Nigerians and South Africans. These are Africans from all manner of background, as well as a handful, dare I say, are among those Africans that came to America some 51,000 years ago and established themselves there in that land space. So, but the majority are some more recent years ago people from the motherland there itself. In that land space. So there's something there to be said and to be learned from the motherland itself. The 64 plus said and to be subgroups of South Sudan in terms of that type of united front. Subgroups of South Sudan. There's something to be learned there. And I also think that there's a lot to be learned in terms of the certain strategies, for example. And I also think that there's a lot to be learned in terms of the certain strategies. These young people, I'll give another example. And as you know, quite a number of them were young. And as you know, quite a number of them were young. Role plays. They literally had role plays, organized strategic role plays, had organized strategic role plays, how to teach endure participants the aggression, how to of these white people endure the aggression, and as they did these role plays, they would emulate to the extent possible and reenact what they would encounter to the extent possible. And I think this is reminiscent what they would encounter. And I think Dr. Molefi Asante was referring to when he was speaking about an organized when he was a group of young people. I believe it was in Egypt back in the day, and the way in which they organized themselves for a peaceful protest. And he pointed out that they not only had pamphlets and they did trainings and they did role plays, but Dr. Molefi Asante pointed out. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Okay. Dr. Asante pointed out that they even went to the point of having their protesters carry bottles of Coca-Cola. Why? Because if you get pepper sprayed, if you get maced, the Coca-Cola is an excellent, fast antidote to being maced, to being pepper sprayed. And so he pointed out that they had organized themselves even down to those type of details. So I think that in terms of the civil rights, if South Sudanese can borrow from that, they can borrow from the economics of it and say, look at the economic hit that the United States took, particularly in these southern states, with these protests. But it was because of the consistence of the people to not ride the public buses. So there were so many elements to borrow from that I believe that they did the right thing the right way at the right time. But I do think that there were a lot of other elements to it that were absolutely evil, and I would argue even a necessary evil. For example, Black folks came together and they were asking for this and they were asking for that. And I think this is one of the problems. We don't ask because power is not given, it's taken. And what Black folks failed to do at that time was when they recognized how powerful their boycott was, they should have shifted a similar strategy into other areas, namely, for instance, segregation and the separate but equal, which got reinterpreted and regurgitated as integration. But that's not what they were saying. They were saying that we want our stuff in our communities to be as good as your stuff. Our textbooks can't be 10 years old and yours are brand new. They can't be tattered and yours are brand new. Interestingly, I went to one of the largest bookstores in Ghana earlier this year, around July or so of this year. No, April or so of this year. And shockingly, a lot of those textbooks literally were 20 and 30 years old, literally. And they're being sold brand new to the universities. Students are coming to purchase those books for their courses. So this is what the Black community was saying. And had they shifted the boycott strategy over into education, over into medicine, I think there would have been a much better outcome. And not necessarily, I don't think it would have gotten the outcome that Oklahoma, that Tulsa, Oklahoma, and other all Black or predominantly Black, very, very economically solid communities had at that time. But I think they could have really created their own form, their own version of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And I think they would have, had they taken the right steps, they would have been able to create a political voting bloc and what do you call the people who lobbyists, and they would have had their own lobbyists to participate with power in politics, as opposed to appealing
Recording in progress.
to people, as opposed to appealing to the morality of those in power. So I think that's what I think about the civil rights movement and South Sudan. I think there's some things I think we should cherry pick, but to just say, hey, let's do a civil rights movement, I'd caution against that. I know I said a lot. I'm sorry.
That's very good. Yeah, yeah. I hear you. Yeah, yeah. Her name is Dr. Kanita.
Yes, sir.
Kanita. Yeah, thank you for your participating here. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Host, for welcoming. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Comrade. Yeah. Yeah. My sister Kanita, she touched a lot of areas, which is very important. We have a big problem especially in Africa. In Africa, we have the big problems. As the African, we have the problem of the political issue. That why now I myself now is talking here. Um, Now I'm living in the UK, but 2 months ago I'm been in Chad, and then 6 months ago I'm in Uganda, and then before the war I've been in Sudan. But all this, when we come to the civil right in place, I can't see that there is a civil right even to protest or um, to demonstrate what they are demanding from the government or from any public sector. This is the main issue we have in Africa. But in order to change this, I think we need a lot of effort. Like now, the way the Common is calling like this Zoom meeting, and then we are discussing. Let me give you this a small example. Being in Uganda in 2008, I saw a lot of South Sudanese, those who were refugee in the refugee camps. And then they moving to the capital, they're working, and then always they have problem with the local citizens. So this is something missing when you see, yes, you are refugee, but you are African folks. And then this is your second country. You have right, um, if you know your right. But the way I saw is no one showed them how they put them strategies to how to deal with the local people in order not to just start fighting or just start with argue everywhere. They even in transport, in the public area, they have a lot of problems. So, for instance, if this, for instance, as the UN, the one fostering them there. So, if their group of these people from the like the Dr. Kanita, they called them and then they said, okay, look, this is strategy. You have to. Yeah. So this as a strategy, how you deal with the local people, and then this is your right. If you have any problem at the community, how you participate with in your own way, but it's a very good way, not for the aggression or the fighting each other or the hating each other or doing this. I think in that way we can change even the communities. And then we put them in the right direction to know how what is the civil right as itself, and then in order to deal with it. I think this is the only comment I want to just add it to the Dr. Kanita. Is it Kanita, is it? I got the problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. Come, yeah. Yeah. Kanita. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yes. Yeah.
Well, I would actually, this is Carnita Groves again. I would actually beg to differ on the thought that we have always economically been behind, been held back. And the reason why I beg to differ is because once again we're making an what we call in psychology an attribution error. We are attributing our independence to the dismissal or the forfeiture of power from the foreigners. But that's a recent thing. South Sudan or Sudan proper, if I can get away with making that statement, that history goes back millennia before the invasion of the foreigners. This was a time when we were in power and when we had our economics. So because of that, I would not really emphatically say we have always been this way, but rather it's a more recent thing in the timeline of South Sudan. And I definitely think that we can cherry pick from the movement. And where economics are concerned, again, I'm not an economist, I'm a psychologist. I would say that there's something to be learned from the science art of hostage negotiation. And thankfully, we're living in a dispensation where you can get a tremendous amount of information about that on YouTube and various other social media platforms. And when you listen to hostage negotiators talk about these things, and what they do and what made it work and what didn't make the negotiation work and so on and so forth. Again, there's something to be borrowed from that, even where economics are concerned, because of course, in the vast majority of hostage situations, money is involved. And rarely is it a political issue where someone is requesting the release of But sorry about that. But what happens in these cases, and Justin, you already said the word right now already, and that is the issue of inclusion. And I would add another word to it, and that is meaningful inclusion. When these hostages take hostages, when these people take hostages, fundamentally what they are saying is that financially we feel left out and ignored to such a degree that this is a viable option. And in some countries like Colombia, it's so common until there's a special manufacturing process for vehicles, for commercial vehicles that are basically supposed to be hostage proof. So again, I think cherry picking from the science art of negotiation and conflict among those experts in hostage situations, as well as the civil rights movement, in which, by the way, there were hostages taken on many occasions. When you have men and women and children illegally grabbed and thrown into prison, thrown into jail, that's technically a hostage situation. And I know that the Americans create laws to justify and give themselves permission to do what they do. But these are technically hostage situations. And there are, I'm told yesterday, a rising number of groups now under the sovereignty of Moorish laws who are in fact taking the United States government to task. And one of the issues is on the issue of being a hostage. So yeah, I think that economically, there's even, again, some lessons to be learned from that. I would say, however, whereas the civil rights movement had a righteous punitive effect to their economics, I think in South Sudan, we can look at the inverse of that, and that is being able to demonstrate the benefits and the sustainability of good governance where financial solvency and good fiscal practices are concerned, that create more of a win-win situation than win-lose situations. So anyway, I'll stop there, but thanks for letting me have the mic again, Justin. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Yeah, and then my sister Camille Croft. Yeah, I got her name now. Actually, the good thing is empowering citizen here. This I have the much detail because I have two papers regarding South Sudan. One of them is quite related to our topic today. And then the second one I have also about the oil, South Sudan. So in future, I think these two papers, when I finish, I will send copies to the Comrade Nial, and then from there we will see. In terms of the empowering citizen, empowering citizen is the crucial for the fostering a national identity. But there are several key aspects to consider. I believe there's like 12 aspects, but these 12 I just go is just touching, not go in the much details. The first one is the economy diversification. So when we come to them in this part, the South Sudan rely on the oil is 90% of the economy in South Sudan. They're relying on oil, while the agriculture sector is very, very important, but just become like the primary source. So this is one of the key. The governments and the government itself they are not play their responsibility proper in the good way. The second thing is invest in the human capital. So now in South Sudan, even when you try to go to even some areas, when you go there and see the community itself, so it's the lack of education there, and then no one developed their skills. Some of them naturally they got very good skills even to do things, but nobody developed their skills to inject the economy itself. And the third thing about the road. So in order to have very good economy, sustainable economy. You have to a good road to connect to the neighbor countries, even within the countries, um, also including the energy, telecommunications. I knew even until now, even not only South Sudan, the other African country, the communication issue is big problem. And then those foreign companies, those who own the telecommunication, they manipulate and then they play even if you use it or not. They take your unit, then the very poor connection, but you don't have any right even to sue them or to talk to them or to say anything. Just use it or not. If you want to use, use. If you don't want to use, that's it. And then the fourth one is the financial inclusion. In this part also to ensure that all the citizens have access to the financial service. So now, if some citizen they need to have the access to the finance, even to borrow the money or to inject their businesses. So it's a lot of hassle to get there, to have the access on that. Job creation. Also, the government should they have implement the policy that stimulate the job creation, especially for the youth, the young people, in order to get in the good track. Also, in small businesses and medium businesses, also enterprises, they need support to grow their businesses. So this is the governors. They have to support these small businesses and medium businesses. Also, the natural resources, to management. This the commoner is touch on this area, especially. In 2003, let me take you back. I have been especially in East Equatoria with the current governor. He's one of my best friend, Luis Lobong Lojo. And then I have been in border with Kenya, border with Ethiopia. This called uh, area. This is very, very rich area. There is a lot of gold, a lot of things there. And then at that time, even when you see the citizens, you can't believe. Yes, they have the cattle, these animals, but no anything seeing that the government just behind them or to supporting them or to empowering them. Nothing there. But the area is very rich or to empower. So this is also one the area main issue in South Sudan. And also the poverty alleviation, the alleviations to implement this one also to support the empowering the citizen in these areas to support themselves. Another one is also community engagement. The foster community engagement in the decision-making process related to the economy development also is missing there. The cultural preservation also, the diversity is something I believe is something is very, very, very important one. But in Africa, we are not relying this because every tribe seem that they think that they're better than other tribes. But if the government have I think this is the Dr. Kamita, she is psychologist. She knows this better than me. If every year there is a celebration for this, all these diversity communities, bring them together, sharing the dancing, and then they say, if this is the identity of the country, if missing one of these, that means something missing. If they show them, so they love each other within this diversity, I think that would be great. No one hate the others, no tribe they hate each other or not fighting each other. So everybody see himself in that mirror, the big mirror of diversity of the country. Another one is transparency and accountability. Ensure this also economic governance to build a trust among their citizens, which they responsible for. The final one is regional cooperation, the fostering regional economic cooperation and integration, collaborating with their neighbor countries, can open up new trade opportunity and strengthening the economy. So all this also go back to the road which we were talking about. So when you connect with the neighbor country with the good infrastructure, so to connect each other, to open the opportunity for the trade within the neighbor's country. So I come to my conclusion, and then before I conclude, this regional cooperation. Now, another thing, I don't know if South Sudan realize or not, but the war is in North Sudan. In future, I believe there's a lot of problems, internal security problem within this Bahar Ghazal area. Because now these the Arab tribes moving to from the Jain area and Abyei area, they're inside, they heading to the south, the North Bahar Ghazal area. So this is also if the government should be aware of the security issue in future. So I come to my conclusion. Sorry to guess I talk a lot. By focusing on these aspects, the South Sudan economy, I believe that will be sustainable in future. Thank you. I'm sorry, and then I take a lot of time to talk a lot. Oh, really? uh,
Hello, hello. This is Elizabeth Bischoff calling from Bahrain in the Middle East. Hi,
oh,
thank you very much. Yeah, I am registered as under Bidelo International. And I've used my company's Zoom link. So it's really a pleasure to be back again to this forum. Thank you, brother, for welcoming me and giving me always the opportunity to interact. I'm really humbled. I am myself from Kenya. I'm just your neighbor in the north.
oh,
I'm from the Kalenjin tribe, so we are very close. with the Sudanese community. So really always delighted to join you on this forum. Now, I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. I've been very fortunate to live in 3 continents, 7 countries in total. And a lot of my perspective has been informed in how really thriving societies or communities that are struggling the difference in terms of how they define inclusivity, sustainability, and national cohesion. Now, I've spent most of my time in Switzerland. I lived there for 25 years. And Switzerland is a country that is very similar to African countries because of its tribes. Switzerland is formed by 4 communities. You have the German Swiss, you have the Italian Swiss, you have the French Swiss, and you have the Romanish. These communities are very distinct in language, in culture, in many ways. When you go to Switzerland, when you're in Ticino, the Italian side, you can really see the Italian way of life. You go to Genf, where you have the French. You go to the east, you see the Germans, and they have their own food. They have their own way of life, everything. And it's impressive how Switzerland has managed, a small country of 7 million people, has managed actually to make everybody feel Swiss. When I say feel Swiss, it means that everybody feels that their institutions, whatever your background, whatever your size and shape, you will be treated fairly and just. And this I see as one important pillar of any strong society, is fairness and justice. Unfortunately, and often so, and maybe rightfully so, and maybe God made it so, because of the principle that family, your family comes first. You're responsible for your family, maybe then to your clan, maybe then to your tribe, and so on. This is a fair and rightful responsibility for all mankind, that you have responsibility of your family and the extended family. But at the end of the day, because we no longer live in our own villages like we did for thousands of years, where everybody knew each other and took care of one another. Unfortunately, now we're living in a very open environment where your next door neighbor is not necessarily your tribe or your color or your size. At the end of the day, in my opinion, any strong country, any sustainable nation must have a sense of fairness and justice. In Africa, unfortunately, I even see it in my own country in Kenya. Unfortunately, blood is still thicker than justice. Because, and this is what causes all the struggles of Africa, that your own tribe's person must be in leadership, must be in position of influence, because you know that you will have better chances to access whatever it might be it resources, be it opportunities. And unfortunately, also in our environments, where opportunities are shrinking by the day, because the economics that we have done over the years, where Africa is totally dependent on import, we neglected our industries, we neglected our own heritage, our own values. Now we are out there, man for himself and God for all. And these are characteristics of societies where hope is not easy to come by, because the opportunities are so few. And again, the family line comes first. You want to take care of your own people, your own family, which is perhaps the right thing to do, but not unjustly and not unfairly. So this is why I think when I reflect on Switzerland, a country so tiny, but so powerful, because it learned so early that you must be self-sustaining. You must be you must be independent, that you have the basics of life. When you imagine the opportunities we miss, I was reading a few months ago how Africa literally depends on the rest of the world, as basic as eggs, as basic as toothpicks, as basic as whatever you might think could be produced in Africa. It is a tragedy because we are leaving our children without the second pillar of economic sustainability, of self-sufficiency, of self-providence. Because if you think the level of import coming to Africa, and yet we have the resources, it is really painful. And unfortunately, so the elites, the professionals, I would like to see them as a curse of our countries and like being a blessing. Because we are leading when it comes to really destroying the justice and fairness. We take opportunities and take advantage, be it our families or even the larger society. Now, coming back to the pillars to close, because I don't want to take a lot of time. The 4 pillars of sustainability is social, human, economic, and environmental. Any one of them that is not equally focused on and supported and built, that society will have some instability. Economics, when you don't have the ability for people to take care of themselves, because we have come to thinking that the government is a godfather. It's like Father Christmas. He brings gifts. That's not the definition of a government or helping your people. It is providing people the environment to thrive in whatever way, in whatever shape they want to do. I always believe that God gave us the ability to survive. When you think of our forefathers, how they conquered the nature and thrived for thousands of years without WhatsApp, without Google, they knew exactly what they needed to do to have life of dignity. And obviously, I just want to finish on the social aspect, which encompasses obviously the overall sense of nationhood, our social aspects of our culture, our way of life, the way we live. I was just discussing the other day with a group from Israel. This individual discovered how to develop urea, the fertilizer urea, from air. And it is basically, he went back to the old days, how their people literally survived. And actually the air is full of a lot of nutrients. Now, our African way of life was so self-sustaining. I remember my grandmother, how she used to actually protect her beans from insects by mixing the cow dung with water and just spraying over her beans, and her beans thrived. Now, somebody came and told us that is primitive, it smells, it does this, but actually we knew how to survive. Our societies were very self-sustaining. They had the knowledge, they had the wisdom, they had really, they didn't need PhDs to be able to know how to survive. I was actually looking at how the Sudanese community survived through droughts And it was actually a daily way. They knew that you shouldn't eat so much throughout your life so that in case there is hunger, you can survive for 2, 3, 4, 5 days. They knew how to prepare themselves. You know, it's incredible how our societies knew how to sustain themselves. And we lost that knowledge. We abandoned it. We became very insecure when So thank you very much. I will leave that for now. And thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, so I was just saying that there are many things, but very, very practical ways that we can actually create sustainable societies. And it's looking back at how our forefathers lived. We shouldn't go too far. We shouldn't go into science books. If we went back to how our people lived to get cohesion, to get the sense of identity, of belonging, of survival, and brotherhood, they were very, very basic things. And many societies knew over the years, they developed these skills over the years. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored again to speak, and I look forward to hearing more and probing the topic. Thanks again.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good, good. Mhm. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Aru, and I'm, very privileged to speak to you all today. I'm not going to take long at all, and my sentiments are completely in line with Madam Elizabeth. What she just said, it was very inspiring to hear. You're passionate take on the state of affairs, and I think it's really spot on. So I think it's important in these discussions that we don't make it monologues and we don't speak for too long, especially if some of the things have been said already. But so a bit of background about me. I work in financial services in London. I've been working in the city of London for about 7 years. Currently, I work for a hedge fund who trade in fixed income assets, so government bonds, government debt, etc. It's not what I'll do long term for a living. I want to go move back to Africa soon. But it's good to get an insight into different industries. And so I have some experience in the financial industry. About the topic inclusive and sustainable economy, particularly in regards to South Sudan. I think our issues are manifold, as the previous speakers have illustrated. And the main thing I want to say is we look to the West as not the ideal, but a more advanced form of development. a way of living, of something that we aspire to. And yes, there are many things in Western economies that we want to bring to our economies, particularly with health and technology. But I do not think that we want to copy their way of life in any big way or form. I think their economies are unsustainable. That the current way the economies and financial industries have been set up in the West means that at some point they will be brought back down to reality, especially the way money is used and the way money is printed and how it's artificially geared towards the dollar as the global reserve currency. Even though we understand why it's that way currently, I don't think it's a sustainable way of living. So for any of us that do our analysis and we want to see our economies develop in a sustainable way, we shouldn't look to the West in terms of how to do economic sustainability, because they're the opposite of sustainability. And I don't think that they will reach sustainability anytime soon before they, the economies really have a huge correction. So I think our ways of life in Africa, we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. I think we need to, as Madam Elizabeth was saying, we look at our ways of life. So much technology and wisdom of how to live life sustainably was already there. We should not reinvent the wheel. We should not try and repurpose our societies in any major way. We need to look at how our societies have lived over the past hundreds of years, see how they live now, and see how we can do some marginal improvements and use health and technology to improve our standard of living where we are in our urban, in our townships. And to do that, we should, the economy in the next few decades will change drastically due to technological advances in a way that we won't recognize it anymore. So I think in very short terms, the way we build an inclusive and sustainable economy is to invest heavily in our higher education institutions. Heavily. If it was South Sudan now, they should take their 3 universities, Juba University, Upper Nile University, University of Baragazal, and funnel tens of millions, even hundreds of millions into those universities every year and make them state-of-the-art research institutions who will also solve the problems of tomorrow and of the next decades. And in doing that, we'll be able to, harness new technologies that have arisen and that will arise to solve the issues that we have and that the problems that the world will face. Obviously, the state of South Sudan now, we're going in the complete opposite way. Politics, I'm not really going to cover it because the way our government's handling things is the opposite of inclusive and sustainable, and we can get dragged down in the day-to-day. But in any case, we need to completely repurpose the way we view government. As Madam Elizabeth was saying, it shouldn't be our provider or our big brother. It should set the platform and set the base that makes humans thrive, because humans are creative, humans are ambitious, and really, if a government empowers its humans, they will solve all the problems and uplift themselves if we give them all the basics. So I wanted this to be more of a discussion amongst ourselves because I always want to hear other ideas. That's how we grow, and none of us has all the answers. And we can get into super details about how each different thing can be done, but that's more about policy as to high level ideas. So yeah, broadly, my ideas is that the West will have a major correction at some point. We shouldn't follow their path, and we should try and look at how traditionally we've lived our lives and try and copy that way of economic living and improve it by harnessing technology and providing basic healthcare. So that's broadly my view and take on things. Obviously, our problems are manifold. We have if issues about identity, issues about self-belief, how we've been programmed. It affects us on a personal level, in a way our societies interact, the way our governments run. We have so many problems to solve, but they're not going to be solved anytime soon. But how we're going to solve them is by investing in our current generation and future generations to let them empower themselves through education, and they will solve the challenges of the coming decades and future years. While in the meantime, for us now. We just push for and hold our governments accountable to the best of our ability. So that's all I wanted to say today. But I want to, all of us to engage and share ideas and be understanding of one another's viewpoints, because everybody has something to add. So that's it, Justin, for now. But I'll keenly follow the discussion and interact.
Hi. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was just excited about Aru's comments, and particularly really taking decisions. What I think Africans need to do, sometimes they must take very, very tough decisions. I remember I was looking at how China actually developed. And now some countries are devising what China did. At one point of time, you could go to China and buy something. They welcomed you to buy everything. But to take money out, there was no dollar in China. So basically, they made decision that consume what is locally. If you must consume anything in the UK, go to London and eat it there. If you want to eat biryani, go and eat biryani in India. Because they wanted to promote their own way of life. They wanted to promote their own livelihood. Because, for example, if you take Chinese noodles are famous all over the world. Because Chinese, wherever they were, they stayed on course with their own culture. Let me ask you, Aaron, which African food is in London that is known and famous in every lip of anybody? The Italians have their own spaghettis. The Germans have their own cheese. The Swiss have their own chocolates. What is African? Africans must take tough decisions to promote their own way of life, to consume their own products, so that they can create the livelihood that they need. And I must say, we need tough, very tough. And sometimes I think Africans need leaders that have a mind of a devil, but the heart of an angel. When I say the mind of a devil, it means uncompromising, unyielding, because for Africa to develop, we have serious problems, and it needs tough leaders who make tough decisions. And sometimes it may cost a bit, but it will eventually provide the solutions that are long-term and will miss loss of life. When you see the helplessness today in our villages, when you see the hopelessness of our youth, when you imagine when you go to some places, young people are drunk, they are trying to forget their miseries. They devise everything, breathing glue, diesel, whatever it is, to just give them momentary comfort. It needs tough leadership. So I believe when you look at sustainable economies today, countries that thrived, they thrived under serious dictatorship, serious unyielding minds. So Africa, I think, when we look at leaders today as the professionals, whether leadership at the business level, at the political level, we need leaders who must face the realities of today and make tough decisions. Thank you, Aaron. I'd like to chat with you sometime after this. I heard you're in a field that I would like to engage in. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. I'll stop there.
Okay, Justin, me again, Carnita Groves. Thank you. Greetings to everybody again. Peace and blessings to the global African family. You know, I'm loving what I'm hearing, loving what I'm hearing. Every time I see a documentary on a child somewhere in an African country, a child who becomes CEO of his or her own company, a true rag to riches story. Every time I see an African adolescent somewhere on the planet who is entering the university as the youngest medical biology pre-med major, the youngest engineer major, the youngest physics major, et cetera, et cetera. I'm encouraged and I'm excited. And I am also reminded that we have everything in us that we need to move forward. I like to talk about tangibles, and Nair, I know you and others will recall on previous platforms in the last few years or so, different people have posted links to resources, and I myself have done so. And one of the things when we talk about skills, what are the skills that we need specifically? And then in what ways can we partner with historically Black colleges and universities around the world, not just in the United States? In what way can we partner with them to do exchange programs, to do our own version of the Peace Corps, to do our own version of Red Cross? In what way can we partner with these colleges and universities for their undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral level students to come and do some type of... Oh, hello? Hello? Oh, okay. Come and do some type of internship, to come and do some type of project, to speak to real needs. If we are saying that there is a lack of talent and skill, that there's a lack of real world, real life skills, and this is what's behind, then wouldn't that be one way to begin to address that, whereby we are engaged in another episode of us lifting us? And by the way, where joblessness and finance and the economy is concerned, are we all aware that there is a current movement right now among many Europeans and European Americans to live better on less, to create communities, tiny houses, camping groups, living in tents? You can binge on YouTube until you pass out of people who are engaged in the actual for years. I'm not talking about as a hobby. whereby they are creating communities to say, let's do more with less. So if I have a farm, if I live in a tiny house or have a tiny house community and we live on 3 or 4 acres of a farm, which is far more than what we need to sustain ourselves, then what do we need $50,000 a year for? What do we need a high-powered job for? Because we met all of these basic needs, and we have each other to hang out with. So these are, if we pay close attention, the economics isn't just the linear model of let's get employed, let's get self-employed, let's make that money and live happily ever after. It's not that linear a model, particularly when you look across the social landscape in all of these different countries and see how these people are literally living, how they are downsizing, the reasons that they're giving for it, their testimonials of how they're living a better quality life. And when you look at people in these communities, as well as individuals who are doing these things, they are living better with less. They literally don't need that $40 an hour job, that 6-figure income job, literally by virtue of their lifestyle. So I think, again, we have to think, we have to take care lest we buy into the hype of the Americans and the Europeans and think that in order to be better, it's about making that paper. It's all about the Benjamins, because it's not. And we're seeing this time and time again in all these communities. So in terms of, okay, so what this tells me is, how do we arrive somewhere in South Sudan and say, guess what? There are people right now around the world, some of them are rich, and they're literally trying to live off the land exactly the way you are. Surprise, surprise. And we can pull up these YouTube videos as proof, as social proof. So now what is the problem? Now what's the problem? Because people are literally trying to live like you, literally. And it has been going on for decades. So I just want to insert that in as an expansion of our thinking about economics, as well as skill building, ways in which we can begin to partner with each other next semester after next, in which we can bring in the vitality and vigor of young people, as well as the science of the academia, and it meets old world realities. And we marry the two, as we have always done. So anyway, with that, I'll mute my mic, but I'm just loving what I'm hearing so far. I'm so grateful, again, that we are creating these spaces to have these types of dialogues. Peace and blessings, family. I'll mute my mic and continue to listen and learn.
Oh, thank you so much for your contribution, Carnita. It was really interesting to hear, you know, the other take on things, that it shouldn't necessarily be about consumerism. I think one thing I find challenging sometimes when I spend time in Africa is how much our youth look up to and value certain ways that young people live in the West. And obviously our African music, Afrobeats, for example, has brought such positivity to African culture and put it in the spotlight. But a lot of it is based around consumerism and a certain lavish way of living, or parts of it anyway. And the challenging thing is, because there's such a lack of opportunity sometimes for young people in Africa to live that sustainable way of life and be happy, we start to glorify, what the mainstream thing to look up to is. Part of that I found in South Sudan, there's a complete moral vacuum coming from the government as to what it means to be South Sudanese. What is your identity as African? What are your responsibilities? What are your moral duties? And we're sadly losing that a bit. And I really think we need to find a way to kind of insert this again into public life. I know during the liberation struggle, we had a bit more of a purpose and a reason behind what we were doing on a daily basis, and why we wanted to push, and what drove us. And now when we have a government which now is the corrupt class and the elite, and they're showing a way of life, and anyone connected to them is showing a certain way of life, it leads to a real moral decay in society that we need to fight for, look for ways to harness and look at the things that really mean things in life. For example, what you were saying, Connie, some people have done a full circle in the West and come back to, okay, materialism. Obviously, we all need the basics material, and I would say a bit more to do nice things, to travel to place and not have to worry. But at the same time, people are rediscovering what the true meaning of life is and how enriched you are living in a way of life where it's very social based, where there's a big support system, where you have the basics in life. So it's just about bringing all those things together and finding a way to live sustainably, but have the basics and not adopt this high, level of consumerism. So it's something to discuss. We don't always have the answers, but when these things are discussed, it makes one person think, that can make another person think, that can, collectively change the way we view things. So it's something we should all be conscious of. So thanks for that contribution.
Absolutely, and thank you for yours as well. There's so much excitement, and I mean this with all sincerity. When you look at these people, such as the Aziza in Azerbaijan, who has a video, YouTube channel called Country Life Vlog, and she has so many viewers. It's just astonishing. You can go on Google and look at the stats and all of that kind of stuff. But the life that they are living on this farm, I'm telling you, is enchanting. You won't believe your eyes. You'll say, what country is this? When you go and you look at a guy in the Western Alps in Italy, Martin Durlard, and more than 500,000 followers in the last couple of years. And what is he doing? He's living off the land. He bought 2 stone chalets. He's refurbishing them painstakingly, lovingly. And if you read through the comments on these 2 YouTube channels that I've mentioned, you will be astonished at how people are even articulating how it is healing for them. And what are we talking about? Literally, we're talking about people who are not cruising around in Range Rovers and blinging with jewelry and twerking and wearing blonde wigs and 3-inch long neon fingernails and tons of makeup and all of this kind of stuff. We're talking about people who are literally living off the land as much as possible. In some of it, it looks like a fantasy land. The farms are so well kept and well done. And many of these videos, there's not even any talking. And yet some of them have millions of viewers. And so again, this is the efficacy of what all of you have said so far. Let's not fall for the hype of the United States and the Europeans. Let's be smarter than that, and let's recognize what it is we actually need, what it is we actually want. I dare say that if all of us, you go to Dr. Eric Berg's channel, retired chiropractor, 11.2 million subscribers. And what is he doing? He's telling people how to heal themselves on an enormous array of medical issues with what you have at home, what you have around the house, what you can get from the natural holistic apothecary store and all of these different things. And he's merging the science with the practical and saying, here's what this means in layperson's terms. Here's what you can do about it. Here's why it works. Here's how it works. 11.2 million viewers. And so again, this goes back to what our sister was saying earlier in terms of what was done with the beans and how to preserve the beans. I saw a group of farmers on YouTube learned how to preserve tomatoes and cut down on post-harvest loss in tomatoes by storing them in ash. How is that? How affordable and common is that? So is there not a wealth of information and resources that we already have amongst ourselves? And are people not trying to, here in Ghana, I'm telling you right now, here in Ghana, you know what people love to do? Oh yeah, they'll talk about, I want to get these new shoes, I want to go here, go there. But when you look around, what people love to do is to hang out with each other, eat some good food and drink some good drink. I kid you not. Come and see it for yourself. So again, thank you, my brother, and thank you all for tolerating my my zeal. Again, I'll mute my mic and continue to listen and learn. Thank you so much.
Do you mind sharing some of the names of the vlogs that you shared in the comments so that you can have a look?
Sure, I'll be happy to.
A bit. When I finish tallying up, just to see.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. Thank you so much for welcoming and give us this wonderful opportunity. And I greet all the members from Contemporary who joined the meeting today. I'm sorry I was being interrupted a lot. There's a lot of issues of network where I am. So first of all, I'm very happy for the discussion because it is something very nice actually. It is good that when you open your discussion and knows the reason why you are here and the reason why we have a problem, especially according to the economic. It is very nice discussion. First of all, I really appreciate Madam Kamita. You really mentioned a lot about South Sudanese because I know South Sudanese most of the we are remain behind. Not that there's some kind of thing that we should know before we move ahead. Not that we don't know, but when you remain on something, it is very unfortunate that you can catch up with the rest. According to the economic, I know economic problem always become, especially according to the destruction. When there is any destruction, the economy cannot go well. And what I know in South Sudan is, yes, people are suffering, but not all. I can say economics on one side it is booming, but on the other side they're suffering. And this is the reason until today, South Sudan never came back together, simply because there's a different location where people, they never recognize one another. To be sincerely speaking, this is the reason why Africa, most of the countries, they are suffering. Simply, they never realize this thing will make any trouble to others, apart from this thing that we call economic. So it is good that you brought up all this question. We are very much happy on it. So mine, it is just only additional. I'm very happy for it. So thank you so much, Madam Kamita and the rest for your contribution. Even though I've never talked much, I know that all things already been said. So that's only my additional that I can say. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Good afternoon, good evening, depending on your location. My name is Juku Elias Wakasan. I'm so happy to be among you for a very short time. I just joined in, and sorry when you called my good friend Justin, I was driving and listening at the same time, having some football time with my boys. So I've just picked up a few very valuable comments from the previous speaker, which I just want to highlight on. The first one is about having leaders who are robustic in terms of coming up with very tough decisions. I think the climate that we are passing through, particularly in South Sudan, but in Africa in general, it's difficult to say whole Africa because regional, every country is having their own challenges and we can't put them all under the same umbrella. But it needs a very tough leader with a strong personality that comes and say, it will be similar to dictatorship, I'm afraid, because the amount of issues that the continent is going through is just overwhelming. And the discrepancy is we have, on one hand, very, very huge challenges. On the other hand, the population are not really engaging much to say, hey, we have an issue here. What are we going to do to solve our issues, to overcome our challenges, the poverty, the inequality, to the health sector, food, simple, basic life. So yes, we need someone to say, step up and say, and yes, we have to get a bit of credit to our government. They are trying their best, but the issues are, believe it or not, is overwhelming to their capacity. In terms of even skills, experience, the budget, it is overwhelming. And that's where we as population, as individual, would take it upon ourselves and say, what can I do for my country? What can I do for my people? I've just came from home as in South Sudan, about 2 weeks ago, a week or 2 weeks ago. And I went all the way to my own village in Wow to just see and engage things. Yes, they have simple and beautiful life. It's not the life that we think, oh, you go from one stage from a simple living of, people sitting down in the evening in the yard chatting and, the garden and that farm life. And then you come suddenly in a big, huge house and you feel like, oh, where is everyone else? Kind of missing your whole family. So there is this, which side do you want to take? But we will not down power our youth and say, now we want to live minimum. Globally, we cannot say that because at this point, people are striving high. And Africa have done that before. And we've been taken now, up to now, we haven't even tried fully to level where we have to say, oh, we have done it. Simple infrastructure is not there. Simple basic life is not there because we have downplayed and we are still downplaying the skills we have. We have very good, strong youth out there, and they're so ambitious. When you go and look at them, they are so ambitious that they just need somebody to guide them in the right way. So sometimes it's us coming up with, say, okay, what can I do for the simple thing? There is nothing huge. Like, you think we have, no, it's starting with the simple way of introducing a skill, introducing a project, empowering. Even the mindset of the youth need to change because all the mindset is just idle, sitting there. They need something to stimulate them, you see? And this can be done in various ways, encouragement, empowerment. And that's how the change of mentality in the climate where they're living, because they're living in a place where actually nothing much is being done for them. So now you have to find a way to do for yourself. So having said that, I'm speaking quite a lot about many things, but zooming down to the point is mainly, yes, we need the leaders, and leader can be anyone who can actually, not only our government. The government tried their best with the good and the bad. We all know it. We have all seen it. But it's time for the individuals to step up. And there's so many people doing different things in their own scale with the skills and experience they have. If we have to come for the football, we have to come for the music, we have to come for the different, the church. There are people who are stepping up and say, here we are going to work together for the good of the population. So I think out of this, I would like to summarize my point is to create a project, create a skill for our people to be able to say, hey, this is interesting. And then out of that, all from within the country. You mentioned about our agriculture, our land. You put something and suddenly everything is growing. It is, we shouldn't be in poverty because the poverty that we have is in our mind more than in our economy. Because if we enrich and empower our mind, I think our land is fully 100% fertile, leave alone the minerals, the food. We shouldn't have feminine food security. I mean, you go and you can just put a seed in the ground and suddenly thing is growing. Why are you hungry? This is the type of thing we need to encourage the population, individual, ourselves, our families, our friends, cultivate, put something. We shouldn't be doing this. It's time to roll our sleeve up and it's time to start working. And only from then we will be slowly, it's like a ripple effect. It will start small, until suddenly things are actually getting better. But there is no one way to solve. And I'm a big fascinating person about the neem. We have something called the neem. And I hope somebody out there will continue to do that project or research about the neem. Neem tree, I think the Indian have really mastered that. I read somewhere an article about it. About 200 to 500 diseases can be cured just by a neem. A neem is something you walk in the street of Sudan and South Sudan, and it's just there, burned. From the root to the leaf, to the seeds, to the branch, it is a medicine. What else do we need? And that's how I will conclude. And thank you, my friend, very dear friend, Justin, for sharing with me this Zoom to join in. I didn't catch up much of what is going on, but I would love to thank everyone who was on the platform. And yeah, it's great to be with you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. To be very honest, I missed the identity, so I'm not sure who to ask and what to ask about because I missed the introduction. But for me, it's the is it Mrs. Carmen? Is it? Yes, it's Carnita. Was she the lady who's speaking about the minimizing and Ghana? Yeah. So my question would be if a similar module should be um, uh, developed, let's say in South Sudan, how do you think that will look like? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm really excited for what you've said. I'm just loving what I'm hearing. I think a model that can be developed, let's look at the neem tree. Now, I myself, as you have said, there's neem trees all over the place here in Ghana. They're just everywhere. You can pick the leaves, use them in a tea, use it for medicine. I use it with the local brew, which is called apateshi, and I use it to make a tincture. The seeds are beneficial, particularly against pests in organic farming. The bark, the wood is excellent for building furniture that is absolutely termite resistant. The roots, everything. By the way, I would quickly add the moringa is also huge here in Ghana. The moringa tree is very drought resistant. It is a very hardy tree, a very hardy plant. It can survive in some of the most severe conditions and do well. And it can grow up to 18 feet in 6 months. Let me say that again. It can grow up to 18 feet in 6 months.
Wow.
It's a powerful plant.
Yeah.
In terms of
Wow.
how the models could
Yeah.
look in South Sudan.
Yeah, I need to know his actual itinerary.
Hello? Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay. In terms of how the model could look in South Sudan, I think that, for instance, if we look at your visit to WOW, a place that I would love to go to one day, if we look at your visit there, let's say you took a half-kilo bag of moringa seeds. These seeds are very, very light. By the way, the seeds are also edible. When you chew 1 or 2 seeds, and then you, immediately after you've chewed it, you drink water or something very sour, it makes it taste sweet. And the seed is not only nutritious, but is also beneficial against parasites and so forth. But anyway, if you, in terms of the model, if you took, let's say, a 1 pound or half a kilo of seeds with you to WOW, and they planted that right now in the 2 weeks since you've been gone, those seedlings, those plantlings will probably be about 1 inch or 2 high. And from that can come the value chain from the moringa leaves, used as a food, used as a medicine, used in beauty products, the seeds, the oil, again, medicinal, culinary uses. Every single part of this plant is medicinal, is usable, excuse me. So in terms of a model, one of the models, and there are many different types of models, is that we begin to come back home strategically. When we come back home to visit, let's do so strategically. Bring heirloom seeds. And if you have to wear them in your makeup and in your hair, the way our ancestors did, in your jewelry and in your hair, the way our ancestors did, then so be it. So one model is that as we come back home for these individual visits, let's bring these heirloom seeds with us and let's share with people. If it's a plant that they're not very familiar with, let's share with them and get them familiar with it. If it is a plant that they are somewhat familiar with, but they are using GMO seeds, then let's bring them the heirloom seeds. So this is one of the models that I would say that we can begin to deploy immediately. We don't need governments, action, political movements, academia, science. These are things that we can begin to do immediately. The other thing in terms of a model is that, again, when you look at some of these videos, and I've only posted just a handful of the ones that I watched, just a smattering, just a little whiff. What they're doing is that there are actual YouTube videos that are showing women building their own homes by themselves using the soil and the clay. Some of it is by pounding, some of it is by clay and making adobe structures. Again, why is that important? Might people already somewhere in the bush in the village be living that way? Yes, but here's the value to this. This information adds value to their way of life and helps people to see that people around the world value the way that they are living right now. Don't feel inferior. Don't feel bad. Don't feel you're left behind. Somewhere on the planet, someone is building a structure just like yours. They're becoming famous for doing so, and they're touting the health benefits of it. So this is another model that we can begin to bring forward, and that is showing these visuals with our smartphones to people so that they can see the added value to their current situation. The same is true for animal husbandry. I was binging on some YouTube videos on how people were raising hundreds and hundreds of chickens without buying feed. Again, These are models that we can come and bring and show people. These are specific steps. All of it is being spelled out for you right now on what they're doing. Now, let me bring it personal. Another model is the way in which regular lay people can help those in the academy and vice versa. So I get a call from my dear friend, Dr. Newton Amagalo, who's one of the world leading experts in Moringa. He's here in Kumasi. And he asks me if I could help one of his graduate students make tiger nut yogurt. Here are huge. They're not an actual nut, they're tuber, but they're called tiger nuts. Incredible medicinal value to it. And so I said, sure. Now, I'm just, of course, I was formerly in academia, but right now, as it stands, I'm just a career professional, just doing my thing in the community. I'm not at any academic institution teaching anything. So I partnered with this young lady. We did some visual phone calls, and I walked her through how to make this yogurt. The first time it was a fail. I encouraged her to give it a try, no problem. Even the experts fail. Bacteria is bacteria, and if you don't take the right steps, bacteria is going to do what bacteria is going to do. So she did it again, and it turned out perfectly. So what's the significance here? This woman made her yogurt on the floor. She crossed her legs, she sat on the floor, she had borrowed a blender from someone, and she just had the regular coal, little coal fire that she lit. She put the pot on it. That's how she made the blender. It was not in a commercial kitchen. I mean, that's how she made the yogurt. It was not in a commercial kitchen. And I'm sure we all can appreciate the enormous health benefits of yogurt and the prebiotics and probiotics therein. The significance here, again, another significance is that now we're building skills, because now somebody literally living in the bush can make oat yogurt, can make bambara bean yogurt, can make chickpea yogurt, all of which I've done, can make tiger nut yogurt without having any kind of special equipment. And they now have a pre and probiotic for their health and well-being. So this is another model that is there, and this particular model brings the community members and the academy together for projects. And this was a project, by the way, that my friend, her professor, was grading her on. This wasn't a cute little fun thing to do. This was an actual classroom project. So this is another model that I would put forth in terms of ways that which we can begin to affect positive, sustainable change in as easy and quick a way as possible. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much. That's great. It's great. It's giving me lots of ideas now to think about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Justin, may I speak to your question really quickly? Okay. Okay, we have something that we've been that's very popular in Ghana. I learned about it when I came here. It's called Susu, SOU, and it literally translates group. But here in Ghana, it means an economic group, and it's a microfinancing group. So when I found out about it and I learned that there were different types of Susus, I formed one a little over 6 years ago myself. And so you've heard me say this before, Nier, and that is that every Monday, our Susu pays out in alphabetical order to one individual all the monies that everybody has put in that Saturday prior. And then we start the whole process all over again until we get to the end of the list. So what is happening here? What's happening in this last Susu group that literally ended just this past Monday and will start again on the 13th of January is that we've been taking turns loaning each other 1,700 CDs, or roughly about $170, meaning that every Monday somebody gets $170. It is interest-free. It is tax-free. And we are just taking turns in this group loaning each other money. Now, our Susu group works on a weekly basis. Some people, Susu group works on a daily basis, some on a monthly or quarterly, and some on as requested, by request only. In other words, you put in money, but you only take out money when you need it. Whereas our group, it happens automatically. There's power in numbers. And I did a presentation to some girls. They were at a school, the People's School for Positive Education here in Kasawa, a town here in Ghana. And there were 92 girls, and they were in age from, I believe, 7 to 13. And when I talked to them about 20 pesoa, what would happen if 100 of them put in 20 pesoa? By the way, 20 pesoa, it takes 20 pesoas to make one CD. So it's basically like 20, think of it like 20 cents. What would happen? And so I had them, for those who had their phones, to pull out their calculators and calculate how much money would 100 girls bringing in 20 pesoa a day, 5 days a week, in 1 year, how much money would they make? And then with the current treasury bill rate in Ghana, right now, the last I checked, it was 31.8%. Yes, 31. That's no mistake. 31.8 something percent, almost 32% when I last checked. I had them calculate the interest that they would earn once they began to earn each year, and in 5 years, how much money would they have? Only putting in 20 cents, the equivalent, if you will, of 20 peso actually, a day. Now, all of these children, almost all of these children can easily afford 20 peso a day. That one is not a big deal. So coming back to micro financing, this is something that our ancestors has done. And this is something that we need to popularize. This is something that we need to come back and begin to model, start small, build big. If you start a Susu, assuming that there are no Susus in South Sudan, but if you start a Susu there with only 3 people, you've started. You've started. Keep going. Perfect. Okay. So then since it's there, and I'm happy Sanduk that it's there, then let's look at ways in which we can upgrade on it, whether upgrade means getting more people, in particular young people, involved with it, or whether it means increasing the amounts, or whether it means, as we did with one of our groups, taking that and investing it in treasury bills. I know the last I checked, South Sudan did not have treasury bills. But anyway, thank you for that, Nir. I appreciate it.
Hello, hello. Yeah. So yeah, I want to submit my apology because I have another Zoom meeting, which also another group with this war problem in Sudan. So yeah. Before that, I'm very interesting to thank all the group here, especially those Dr. Kamita, and then those my sister, the doctor, which she work in the Wow area, I think, Makita, isn't it? Jiko, yeah. And then
Thank you very
sister,
much, Dr. Adam.
yeah,
Thank you.
think the sister Elizabeth, and then brother Aru, and brother Yan, and then brother Simon Locke. I think he disappeared somewhere here. I don't know. Maybe he come later. Also, okay. Oh, David, and then I tell me, okay. Also, this topic is very interesting. I don't want to leave, but unfortunately, I have another commitment to join them. Um, uh, but I want to add the term of that trees, this neem and then moringa. The moringa, I use it before. I know it's very powerful. But I want to add another one. I think this is the Dr. Kamita. She will be interested on. I have been in Chad. This is South Chad. There is the tribe called Sara. They have tree in their local language called bitter tree. And actually, they get the seed on that from that tree, and then they making the oil, but they are not putting just they put it on the sun, and then I think they taking very small oil from that seeds. Maybe take almost 1 week to get that one. So 5 cc from that oil can treat HIV in just 5 cc. So they work on that, treating those people who are diagnosed with this HIV. And then, unfortunately, French troops, when they find out that it's 100% a cure for the HIV, so they kill whole family. They killed whole family, those who working on that field.
Oh.
And then others from the same tribe, they are doing, but they are not showing to the others because they also been maybe their life in danger. So that tree, I wonder, I think that teak tree, teak in West Equatoria, I think is there, the same tree. So if
Sorry, did you say
teak,
tea? Oh,
teak in the yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, wow.
The one in the East Equatoria, I think the similar trees. Yeah, yes, I think the similar trees. That seeds is very important. And then the interesting thing, they say that oil when they take the 5 cc of the oil, and then to inject the human being, so the whole vein of the human body, only one vein accept that oil. And then those people, that's the secret. They know. That's a problem killed by French. But if Dr. Kamita, I think she's very interested to say us on this. If they find out the other expert on this, and then Dr. Majuka, Dr. Majuka, or Majuka, isn't it? Juko, sorry, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so if they team up with the expert, this is African expert on the medical, how to make the medicine or something like that, definitely they will get there. They will find the cure medical for the HIV. So I hope they can add it to this note, and then they try in future to find a way to how they access to this one. Mm, no, this is the only for the HIV. This is, yeah. And then finally, before I leave, I want to ask the whole brothers and sisters here. I have the what's this paper. I need help for the interviews. I think I mentioned for to the Dr. Nia, the brother Nia before. I have like 10 questions for interview. If anybody uh, try to help me on that, so also I would be happy for that. Through the phone, or I can send him through the email. Can I just put what he think or she think, and then send me back? I will be grateful. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, what I believe that, the easier way we can empower the citizen and then or develop these skills or the African, I am very proud of the African. They have natural skills already being there. I think Dr. Yuko also, she mentioned before, and then Dr. Kamita also, she mentioned before. So our role, we have to, how we develop these natural skills is already there. And then the resources also is there. So the best way, I believe, we are diaspora or those who in Africa need to help their brothers. We create international charities. Through that charity, and then we go to the local people. Also, what we have, we will provide them what we have, and then also we develop those natural skills already they have there. And then those products they made, and then we find way to sell them internationally, and then bring back that money back to develop in agriculture, in the education, in the call this the electricity, water, whatever. This is easier way we can develop this local community in very easier way without even the government. So when we start this, definitely the government also can inject to support something with money or with whatever. So we can do. I believe that this is the only way we can support local communities. Okay, okay. Mm,
Okay. It's very yeah. I think that mm, I think that we've been talking a lot about uh, us using our products, switching them not being dependent on foreign imports and stuff. Is it better? Hello? Can you now? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Is that better? Hello? Yeah, it's better? Yeah, yeah. Yes, I'll keep it brief then if you can't hear me clearly. But what I was going to say is we need a huge focus on improving and enhancing our domestic production. You know, the government of South Sudan, for example, gives tens of millions of hard currency in dollars to foreign traders to bring in goods. If we would put a bit more thought and emphasis and resources into using that money instead for microfinancing scheme to incentivize and lend to local producers in the towns and the states to supply Juba with all the food, not just Juba but local towns with all the food that they require. That would be a lot better spent than giving our hard currency to traders who mainly basically take that money out of the country. So I think that microfinance is imperative to improve and enhance our domestic production. So it's something that we really need to consider, given that we're already spending money to encourage traders to keep bringing goods into South Sudan. We should reduce that budget and do it in reverse effectively and stimulate our own production. And it's very possible. There's countries in the world that we're allies with that have the world leading technology when it comes to agriculture and domestic production. So it just has to be part of our development plan as we enter a new phase, um, post transitional period. These are the things that we need to discuss and suggest to the government because as we said, the government are limited. They have a lack of capacity. In some cases a lack of ideas. So it's something that we need to help research and suggest that the government pursue as opposed to giving hard currency to traders to bring in goods from outside. The Dura scandal. In terms of microfinance, I haven't studied it a lot, but I know Bangladesh has the best success story in terms of using microfinance, to enhance, local production and empowering local people. But I haven't done enough research into it to say how we can learn from them. Uh, yeah, but I would say in Africa it's just Tanzania and Ghana probably the best. Not that they've perfected it, but those three countries, Bangladesh, Tanzania, and Ghana. So if we were going to, put a proposal together, or if our government were going to explore it, or if civil society or businesses, I think it would be best to look at those three countries.
Brother Justin, yes, I apologize. Yeah, I've been preoccupied, but I've been following really this interesting conversation, and I will join in shortly.
Yes, I'll interject again if I may. So I learned some years ago that the market women here do susu for people who they don't have any job, no employment, no business, they don't have anything. So a young man or a young lady will approach some people in the market and say, I want to sell some fruit or vegetables or something in the market, but I don't have anything. How do I get started? They'll actually use the susu to provide that person with what essentially is a small business loan, and get them started, and then structure into the payout how that person then pays back that money from the susu, even though the person was not in the susu. And I was surprised to hear that, that is another nuanced way in which they are financing where the marketplace is concerned, financing people into the marketplace so that people who literally show up with nothing can become a vendor in the marketplace. So that was a new thing that I learned in the past probably 4 or 5 years. Well, unfortunately, I'm not born and raised in Ghana, so I'm not going to be able to speak to it from the standpoint of experience. I'll speak to it from the standpoint of observation. And so the vast majority, if not almost nearly every Ghanaian, has what's called a family home. And this is a physical structure that a great great grandparent or a great grandparent or a parent has, that at any given time, should this person fall on hardship, should this son, this daughter, this granddaughter, this niece, this first cousin, second cousin, fall on hardship, they can literally go to this family home and culturally, socially not be turned away because that's their family home, and people would just try to make room for them. Now, of course, abusing that is not tolerated, and people will pull you on your, coattail on that if they feel that someone is being abusive and exploiting the system. But that is my observation of the process where housing is concerned. Now, another thing I should also mention is that it's pretty common here in Ghana, and I would imagine it's the same in South Sudan, that unlike North America, there are a lot of people that they live in what we call a compound. I myself am in a compound. So my landlord's mother-in-law, her house is about 20 feet behind my bedroom window. And then there are 6 apartment units all connected side by side, and it's all in one compound. So this is a very, very common thing in Ghana. There are standalone homes, and that, and there are, of course, apartment complexes and apartment buildings, but it's what we call communes are very, very common here, as well as people living in multiple, what's the word I want to say, generation homes. So where you have grandparents, parents, children, grandchildren, what have you, cousins, or someone living in the home. On a rare occasion, there may be a man with multiple wives also living under one roof, although that's pretty rare. It's not unheard of, but it is rare. And so that's kind of the situation here where housing is concerned. Did I answer your question, Justin? Yeah. Oh my God, that's an amazing question. Do I have permission to go first?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I love that question. The role is, there's so many ways. I think the easiest and most inexpensive way is social media. That the fact that there can be groups of people to get together in Equatoria, in Wau, in Boertown, somewhere in South Sudan, groups of people getting together regularly around someone's smartphone. Maybe someone might even have an iPad, and they are talking with someone in some other country. Could be Rwanda. It could be Barbados. But they're talking with someone, and that person is showing them how to do something, and they are also showing them how to do something. And so there's this bi-directionality of skill building and knowledge expansion. I think that's one of the fastest, easiest, and cheapest ways to engage. Look at how many things, you guys, I was in an Uber one day and it broke down. And I got on YouTube to figure out what the electrical problem was. So we can do things like that. Imagine what we can do. So I think first of all, that's one of the fastest and easiest and cheapest things that we can do is to huddle around these devices and put them to good use, is the first thing. I'll reiterate something I suggested earlier, and that is when we make our visits back home to South Sudan, bring strategic, tangible items with you, something that's going to have a lasting effect. Yeah, people want tennis shoes and, baseball caps that have New York City on it or whatever, but bring something real, bring something tangible is the one thing. The other thing is this: some of you have not been back to South Sudan in decades. Some, I'm told, will never go back. send someone else in your stead. Send someone else. Somebody who's willing to go for a few weeks, a few years, a couple of months, and do the work on your behalf, in your name. Do that. That's another way to connect. And then again, I'll mention university to university. There are universities in South Sudan, of course, and there are historically Black colleges and universities around the world. I'm familiar with those in the United States, many of those in the United States. So let's connect them. And if they have connected in the past, let's do a better job of connecting it and having exchange academic projects, exchange academic programs, as well as lectures, guest lectures. And let's do it virtually. Why not? We have the technology, and some of our classrooms have the equipment, so let's do it. And so those are just a few examples that I would share, as well as whoever has the types of YouTube channels, the way that I've shared, there are an enormous number of medical YouTube channels. I've just only shared one, Dr. Berg. There's a brother, Yaki Awakened, who's a chemist. He's a certified chemist. He's putting out powerful, specific how to heal yourself information. There's KT, the arch degree, a protege of Dr. Sabi. He's putting out powerful information on how to heal yourself. He's making his own products, and they're selling off the shelves. So let's also connect each other with each other's social media channels that's teaching real life skills and that are selling products that they are producing. Not Johnson & Johnson and Nestle is producing it, but they themselves are the producer. And let's introduce, as one of the gentlemen said earlier, let's take these products that we are making and let's market them. Let's put them out there. Let's sell them. And let's use social media a little bit more wisely to do that. So that's my contribution in answer to this most lovely question. Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's amazing. Would you mind if I can add a little bit to that as well? Yes, that's very fascinating things Dr. Kanita has mentioned. The use of social media and our devices, we take it for granted, but a simple picture can actually generate not only money or resources, but it can generate knowledge and ideas. So yes, I've used it in the past in a situation, and I can definitely say it. Just the mobile can say a lot of things. But one of the things, a rule that we can do to empower our community, I have a couple of points. First of all, by empowering them, just empowering them. The idea sometimes we have back on our grassroots is like we need things from outside to make us better, rather than actually next to you, or actually right in front of you, what you have is actually way much better than what you envisage to get from outside. So I always kind of educate people, what you have here is very good. The neem you have is very good. The apples, the mango you have is very good. The khudra you have is very good. Weka is very good. Weka is okra. Okra is very rich. So it's actually the local things we have, which is the food. Well, food, make food your medicine and medicine your food. Once you have that secure, a lot of things half of the issues and problem will be solved. So encouraging them to do things locally, start planting your backyard, plant something. And I think this is one of the things, just empowering them. And I think that my messages many times goes really far. I find many people, oh, we have done that, we tried this one. I said, oh, very good, it's good for the skin, it's good for the hair, and something like this. And they always think that expensive chemical thing is much better than the local. It's education, educating and training ourselves with the proof and said, oh, see, this community have done this before. Oh, really? And then the word of mouth quickly is start to spread. This is one thing. And another practical, solar energy. I'm a big fan of solar panel. Recently, when I went home, I was holding a panel in my hand, and everyone is, and what is that? I ask, everyone is asking me, what are you holding in your hand? And actually, I was holding a four lap, or how you call it, of a solar panel in my hand. It's something you can buy it on Amazon. Search solar panel in different things, take it back home. People have a struggle with electricity and things like this. We have the sun for free. And I met somebody who, I am not sure he was joking or not, but somebody was running from the war in Khartoum. He's a guy from Darfur, and he was trying to he's an engineer by profession. So I like to have a kind of brain stimulating discussion with different people. And while we are talking, we met accidentally. He said, oh, you know what? This solar panel is something very easy that we can actually do. And he started to put the ingredient down from a local thing by degrading. I was like, oh my God, this guy is a genius. So it's a very simple thing like this is how to encourage our own local students, projects, things like solar panel will take us way far. It will save a lot of problems. Yeah. So just empowering each other by few words. So this is what I think I could encourage. if we want to go from here, these things are available to us. A gift to your friend, to your family. Next time also another gift the same. And like this, the world will go ahead. Yeah. Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, Susu.
Okay, thank you, brother, again. And it's a pleasure to be back. I'm sorry I had to step out. I had an urgent call, but I was, so now I came in when our sister was talking, and that was really powerful statements you made there about really helping others. And I like the last statement you made by saying we need to be example, holding that thing in the hand and showing it visibly and physically. You know, if you embrace something, let it show, let it be an example. And I think this is how the elites, the professionals ought to be. We need to be the role models. I remember when I was at a younger age, my brother was very lucky to have been selected to go to the UK. There was a textile industry in Kenya. And he was one of the first recruits that were hired to work in the textile factory. He was sent to Madagascar for a few months for orientation. And then after some time, he was sent to UK to study textile engineering. He was the first, I understand, the first textile engineer in Eastern Central Africa, because he did his master's in Manchester at that time, and in the 70s. And when he came home, he always brought us newspapers, you know, the Times, all the magazines, because we didn't have anything to read. And I remember having this magazine, and I saw this lady in the UK driving. You know, I think she was a bus driver. And that really impressed me. And you can't imagine, when I went to the US in the 90s, I became a bus driver, you know, and it was just, and that was my part-time job as I was going to university. So I was driving this minibus, taking elderly people around. And it's because of that dream, it's that impression that my brother made on me. It's just those images. So really, the African professionals, we need to be the page that our people need to read us. We should be the exemplary in terms of everything that needs to be done. I have studied the Chinese success. China was actually built by its diaspora. The governments gave incentives people to go home. China gave their diaspora to set up businesses. When you go to Chinatown in the US, here in Bahrain, for example, the biggest mall is Dragon Mall, which is a Chinese mall. And I was speaking to one of the directors. He told me, my dear, it's not a mall. It's an exhibition center. We exhibit our products daily, 24 hours. And you can buy in that mall bulk, you can buy in wholesale, you can buy in individual. The Chinese know that the only way you can succeed is to spread your wings far and wide. And they're going through malls. You go to Dubai, another big mall of the Chinese. They're setting up in Nairobi. They're bringing their products and they're enabling their people. My neighbor in Nairobi was a Chinese lady. She realized, she said, anything that goes over $1 million and is going out of China, it is replaced quickly by their own people. They saw the number of tourists coming to Nairobi. They said there are quite a lot. We must see how we get every cent in the value chain, from booking, from the flights, from the reception in Nairobi airport, from the taxis that are taking them, all the way to the hotels, all the way to the safari parks. This lady was sent to set up a travel agency in Nairobi because they want her to capture that money, okay? So she was given 1 year. She told me she was given a 1-year fund to set up a travel agency in Nairobi. Why? Because the Chinese are looking at the full value chain. They want to see that if it is their food, it's from farm to your mouth, that they are there. Everybody is trying to do that, to get the most out of the value chain. Now, I was speaking to a couple of leaders from Africa the other day. I said, the money is not at home, it's in diaspora. Help your diasporans, engage them, say what business is there that you can set up that will use our resources. This is what the Chinese are doing. They're saying if there's a business of road construction, the Chinese are not constructing roads for you because they like you. It's because they are bringing half of their raw materials. They are bringing their resources to build they are bringing the steel, they are bringing the wires, whatever it is, because they know you don't have any of that stuff. You know, the only thing you have is the sand and the stones. That's it. But you don't even have the machine that breaks the stones. You see what I'm saying? They are looking at every single step and say, we must get that cent. So for us, for example, I was mapping the other day for Kenya. We are bringing avocados, mangoes, whatever fruits here. Why haven't we thought and said, in a fruit, there are juices, there is jam, there is purees, whatever it is. Why can't you help Kenyans or Africans in those countries and say, set up a juice factory? That money will come back home sooner than later. Why don't you set up a coffee shop? Why is it Starbucks is marketing and distributing Kenya's coffee and having exclusivity when Kenyans are all over the world as citizens and as residents? Why can they be those people? This is the problem of Africans. We are out here and we're just serving others. We're not looking at how do we maximize our goods that we have. I was challenging the other day the gold miners in Central Africa. I said, why is it not you having a showroom in Dubai? Why is it an Indian? Why is it a Turkish? Why is it so and so? Why not you? Why not you Africans? Because imagine, they come and buy it at $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 a kilo. They come to a showroom in Dubai and sell it at $58,000, $60,000. It's someone else who is getting it and not us. What makes us different that we can set up a showroom in Dubai? Why can't we set up a showroom in Switzerland? Why can't we set up a showroom in Hong Kong and get the most? Because the money is made out there in the market. The same thing, as I said earlier, there are Dutch people buying avocados in East Africa for $1. They fly to Netherlands. They repackage it as Dutch avocados. They bring it back here in the Middle East for $15 a kilo. Where are Africans? Where are we? What are we doing? This is the challenge that we need to ask ourselves. Tough questions. And my sister, thank you that you explain. Being examples, being the role model is the way to go. We need to set up institutions, organizations in the countries that we set and say, how do we become the distributors of our own products? If it is setting up a company, we have many of our people who are citizens of these countries. They have the privileges just the British have. Why are we not distributors of tea? Why are we not distributors of, when I see here, there is gum arabic from Sudan. And when you see the amount of money that is gotten here, just because somebody put it in a nice label package, my brothers and sisters, we have a long way to go. We must talk to ourselves and we must pinch ourselves and say, it's enough. We must follow that value chain. This is what I'm doing myself. I have a company in Kenya. I'm producing, I don't know if you guys are familiar, when I was growing up, when we cook a special meal from maize, we call it ugali. And then there's a crust that remains on the bottom of the pot. We used to fight for it. Now I came back from Switzerland and started innovating that. So it becomes like a crisp. I'm now trying to build it here in the Middle East because I knew if I let someone else do it, I won't get the full value. It's a struggle, it's a fight, it's painful. But my brothers, it's worth it for the next generations to preserve and to protect our legacy, heritage, and our identity. Thank you, my brothers. God bless you. And sorry, when I get to these kind of things, my voice gets really crazy. My spirit just gets very high. So forgive me, it's nothing against you, but it's really to emphasize my power and my conviction of what we need to do. God bless you so much. Thanks again, brother.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely fabulous.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Amazing.
No
Yeah.
need to apologize.
Wow. So inspiring.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Of course, they get numb. Let me tell you, I don't speak to them as nice as I did to you. I was absolutely yelling and saying, you better get up, you better run, because we are dying slowly. I'm telling you, when you go to some villages in Kenya or in any other parts of Africa, it's very painful. And I told them it will be really a cursed generation if we don't do something. Of course, I think the challenge is we don't know where to begin. We have abandoned, when you think of where do we begin, we have such a huge population. How do we salvage this so that everybody can see hope? You know what I mean? We are so limited in resources. We're limited in infrastructure and so many things. But at least we need to start somewhere. So what I told them, and I whispered to them, I said, go to your import portals now. Go to your import portals and look at everything we are importing. And tell Kenyans, if you want to eat this one, go to Italy. If you let us eat our sweet potatoes, let us eat our millet, let us engage our own foods that we can grow internally. Honestly, there is no reason why rice has become Africa's national food. When we had our sweet potatoes, we had so many other foods that were naturally grown in our villages. Take, for example, I gave the Congolese, I said, Congo is importing chicken of a $250 million. $250 million. Just imagine, just chicken alone. They were shocked. They didn't know actually. They denied. They told me, Elizabeth, if you were here, we would have taken your neck. I said, go to your portal. They went to the portal. It's not recorded that it is imported chicken because the people who are importing are not necessarily Congolese and they don't care. Okay. They said, where did you see it? I said, go to US portal because USA will not lie what they export because everything that's exported out of the US is recorded in the export portal. They went and indeed they saw that Congo gets 50 million worth of chicken. They get $40 million from Germany. They get 57 from Poland and from Brazil. It's just as basic as that, surely. And yet there are over 1,000 PhDs in Congo. 1,000 PhDs. This is where we need to ask our education. In fact, I said, let us dismantle education and go back to how we live. Because our people knew how to keep chicken. They knew how to keep the animals. Look at the Sudanese, how they used to run after the animals all these years. And all of a sudden, they don't know where to begin. So this is where we need to rethink and make tough decisions. The people who are killing our economies are the same people who don't care about our heritage. They have their children elsewhere. They have their people elsewhere. So we need to look internally and take those tough decisions. So they know the problem is, unfortunately, the people in government, they feel entitled to be on those seats because they bought it. They bought their way in. This is the challenge of, especially in Kenya. Our politics is such that people invest so much money to get into these leadership positions. So when they are there, they feel entitled. They feel that they must repay what they spend to get into government. And this is the sad thing. So anyway, they listened. They were very grateful. And now Kenya is engaging the diaspora. They had the diaspora conference the other day. And one of the things that was highlighted is how do we engage diaspora profitably and really take advantage of the knowledge they have, the network they have, and also the affiliations they have in terms of being citizens of those countries. What are the privileges they can have to support their own people and to see how our resources can be utilized to get the most money. Instead of having the Dutch coming to take for $1, why can't we take it for $1 and get for $15 and bring the $6 back home? This is what I'm saying. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. Now, just to add on that, brother, really that's why I'm here in Bahrain, because when I brought my product in 2019 for trial in Saudi Arabia, they thought it was a good product, but the moment they see it from Kenya, they have a very different reaction. So I said, okay, I'll bring it to your doors. So now I'm producing it here, made in Bahrain, but I'm still the same girl that's producing in Kenya and also here. You see what I'm saying? We have to be very smart. Okay? We have to be very smart. If the Dutch are doing it, we have many Africans in the Netherlands. Why can't they be the ones bringing and repackaging in the Netherlands? This is where Africans need to change the mindset, that we cannot just insist of doing it at home and then we lose that. We have a long way to go to actually convince people. And we have to accept many, like you said, our institutions can still be bribed to shortcut a lot of things. That's a fact. Even me, sometimes, there are certain things I don't want to eat in Kenya because I know the regulations are not good in those things. But now we need to handle the situation and say, okay, if they don't like it from home, let's bring it closer to them. And this is exactly what I'm doing. I'm saying it's made in Bahrain, it's done under their rules, it's done under their regulations and licensing, so they will trust it better. Eventually, once we have a brand, look at Coca-Cola. You can put anything and call it Coca-Cola and people will drink it blindly. You know what I mean? Because they have developed that trust. So we need to accept the realities that we are still inferior, but how do we get up there? So this is where I would recommend. If you guys, for example, I think that there's products coming from West Africa, like the cocoa butter, you know, for the skin. I saw when it is brought from Africa and say Africa, they don't like it. But if it's brought from France, they like it. But the French have just repackaged it. They just put in a bottle and put a lovely label. We can do the same. Why can't we just say, okay, we bring it in bulk, we are the ones. That money that we get will still go back home. That's how I think we can navigate through this. We have to accept the inferiority complex. My daughter, actually, she started a podcast because when you talked about the genocide, she's talking actually about the really the inferiority complex that Africans have. She noticed it when she's at the university, that African students always feel insufficient. They feel like they are not enough and that they have to act a certain way, speak a certain way, twist their lips a certain way to look like they are really, they're not from Africa, that they're educated. So she started a platform called Loving Tula. That's her name. So it's about how do Africans love themselves again and find themselves again and appreciate who they are and what they are and realize that who they are actually is extremely, I'm not saying superior, but it is equally and sometimes even better in many ways. So it is about us really engaging our young people, educating them and empowering them to learn about their societies and communities and talking about our stories as children and promoting the things that we did. I mean, if you think about the gaming business, the gaming industry alone, it is a multi-billion industry. Where are Africa's games? We had so many games, but Chinese came and observed it, boom, and they made beautiful games out of what we used to play. So thank you again. I'm so excited, and it will be endless talking. So thank you, brother. I will say I'll bow, and I won't comment. I'll let everybody else say something. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, I'll comment briefly as I have to leave. But thank you so much, Madam Elizabeth, for your, inspiring input and the fact that you are not somebody that just speaks, you do it as well. It's inspiring to see. So thanks for your contribution. And I will definitely take from it. About the question, what can we do in the diaspora or as individuals who aren't in power, for example? I don't, from what I can see, taking South Sudan as an example initially, according to World Bank data, our GDP is top of the list in world countries with the highest proportion of GDP that's from remittances. So 35% of South Sudan GDP is from remittances from abroad. And I know for a fact, without that, South Sudanese, this past 10 years since our civil war, we would have starved. So that's the first thing. We are doing a lot as a diaspora, and what we are doing and what we are sending is making real differences, is keeping people in school, is keeping a house over people's heads, is enabling people to have food and go about their daily lives so they can contribute to the country. So that's one thing that we need to observe initially. Secondly is when we do send money back home, I think it's always important to find the right relatives to send money to. For example, I have a cousin that came to me recently who said, can I send him $100 because at this time of year, groundnuts are really cheap and he'll store them until winter where the prices go up so he can resell them. That's him. Then therefore now he can double his profit and reinvest. And that's really enabling him to become self-sufficient. Yeah. Another example is last year we sent money for cattle to be bought and including, what do you call it, machinery that allowed the cultivation to yield to be higher. So I think those things are really important. Another thing I think what we could do is continue to engage and share ideas that we get from being where we are that could help uplift people. Use our network to build connections, build bridges, because people are more willing than we think to travel, to be part of initiatives, to share ideas, to share thoughts. If we're in educational institutions, as Carnita was saying earlier, we could propose exchange students, propose twin cities, propose twin universities. All those things are really, really important. And it's about whatever we're doing, we keep our country in mind and think what we're doing now, how can I do what I'm doing now to while I'm doing it, also uplift those back home. And obviously the list can go on and on and on, but those are just a few things that relate to me personally that I thought would be helpful. But that's all I have to add. But thank you all for your contributions. Every single one of you has been really, really insightful and inspiring as well. So thank you.
Yeah, I would say our focus. I'm in Ghana, right? I live in Ghana, and I see so much. Yeah, and one major problem we have in Ghana is ethnic politics. Yeah, you may have good ideas, but so long as people don't see you as part of them, it's very difficult to receive their support. I'm also into farming. It's a small farming I began, but one major issue is cost of inputs in agriculture in Ghana. It's daunting. It's very, very daunting. But as you said, it will be nice. The reason I even wanted to speak is that those of you in the diaspora, when you organize yourself, you can be a bigger pull on the conscience of the people on the continent, because people mostly look up to the diaspora. Are you getting me? So if blacks in the diaspora can organize themselves, as Marcus Garvey has always said, organization. If people can organize yourselves, it'll be a bigger pull on the minds of those locally to also organize ourselves and start putting pressure on our authorities to act, because we are fragmented along tribal lines, which means it's very, very difficult to get things pushed through in Ghana. So organization will be very, very helpful if those in diaspora does it and then start pushing it locally. I believe it will help. They should look at the mistakes of Ghana. As I said, tribalism. Overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah was a major issue that we haven't still recovered from. But those behind the overthrow, one way or the other, have organized themselves so much so that they won't allow information to filter. So if they can learn from the problems of Ghana, not to do tribal politics, they should look at a person who is our previous president. Now the current messing up everywhere, but his tribe is very strong. So it's difficult to push the agenda through that they are messing up. Even though everybody is saying it, you are saying it, everybody is complaining, but they are very strong on the ground. So it makes it difficult to push something. So if they can learn from our problem, they should try as much as possible to avoid. They found that he wasn't corrupt at all. He didn't even own a plot to his name. So if they can avoid some of the pitfalls, it may help them. Tribalism is a major problem in Ghana. That I can assure you that.
Actually, I just want to add just additional. Actually, I really appreciate our sister Elizabeth for way sorry, it was issues. Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Actually, I was really happy, and I really appreciate our sister Elizabeth for the encouragement that she gave. Actually, I really appreciate Kenya because I was in Kenya for so many years, and it is really a good example. If you can take it as a South Sudanese, I hope you can even move forward because life is all about the example. But what I can advise to all Africans that we should stop this kind of a restriction because we really restrict ourselves. Because to bring to do this kind of import to other country, it is very difficult that you can import yourself or export. So this is the thing that while African is still remain behind because we did a lot of restriction. So according to this kind of economic, it's not that we don't know what we can do as especially as South Sudanese, but to help the vulnerable people, it's only that when we make this kind of, especially the agriculture, agriculture is the best thing ever, but we don't allow it, especially the government should have a watch about that because if we don't allow it, it will be very simple that most of you can do it because this is the best job that all the youth can do everything. But now what happened? Most of the youth now they are suffering because even if you finish everything, especially from the school or anything else, most of the degree level they are still suffering because there's no any job creativity. So you see, this is the thing that where all of us societies we are suffering. And this is the thing that I can show all African or a special example of South Sudanese people. So thank you so much for the time. I know there's a more discussion. So maybe next time we will add more additional. So thank you so much, Mr. House. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, all the best. Okay, I will.
Recording stopped.
amongst ourselves, because I always want to hear other ideas. That's how we grow, and none of us has all the answers. And we can get into super details about how each different thing can be done, but that's more